Welcome, dear listener. Come in. The night is quiet now, and the fire is low. The world outside has grown soft at the edges, and this is a time for stories. Let the day slip gently from your shoulders. Let the stillness settle around you like a woven shawl. You are safe here, and there is no need to hurry. We will take our time together. Tonight, we begin a journey not across battlefields or through great halls of kings, but into something older, quieter. The myths of ancient Greece were not born in noise. They emerged like mist from mountaintops, like echoes from caves, like dreams remembered just before waking. We will not shout of gods and monsters. We will whisper their names. We will sit beneath olive trees and listen to the hush of forgotten temples. We will walk slowly through mythic gardens, beside sleeping rivers, and along the paths of those whose names were etched into stone and sky. This is not a tale of conquest. It is a tapestry, woven from starlight, laurel, marble, and wind. So close your eyes, if you like, or simply breathe, and let us begin the story of Greek mythology, slowly, gently, one dream at a time. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to subscribe and like the video, but only if you enjoy what I do here. And write in the comments from where you are and what time it is. Now turn off the lights and fan for the soft background hum. And let's get into the night journey together. The mountain is silent, not with emptiness, but with fullness, the kind of silence that holds meaning. The sort of hush that exists before music, after poetry, or during the quiet turning of a page. The peak of Mount Olympus rises above the clouds like a slow breath held in the chest of the earth. Snow rests on its upper slopes like sugar sifted onto stone. And higher still, higher than any mortal path might climb, lies a realm of divine quiet. This is not the Olympus of clashing spears and godly wrath. Not the thunderstruck heights of war councils and punishments. Not today. Today, the gods are at rest. And as the sunlight warms the marble columns of their high abode, we may, if we step gently, glimpse them, not in their storms, but in their stillness. Let us begin with Hera. She sits in a colonnade bathed in early light, her robes the color of ripened wheat, her gaze distant, but not cold. She traces her finger along the carved pattern of a small stone lion that guards the base of the pillar. Her hair is bound in braids, and in her lap rests a half-embroidered veil, unfinished, though she's returned to it many times. Hera, the queen of the heavens, is not speaking. She is listening, to the wind, to the sounds of the earth below, perhaps to a memory. Nearby, a golden peacock fans its feathers and watches her. It does not cry. It simply stands, a sentinel of silence. Across the garden, Apollo tunes his lyre. His fingers move gently, almost lazily, along the polished strings. He does not pluck them to perform, but to pass the time, a rhythm known only to himself. His hair falls loosely over his shoulder, and his eyes are half closed. He leans against a cypress tree that bends just slightly toward him, as though listening. A lizard suns itself on a flat stone nearby. A bee moves from blossom to blossom. Apollo does not speak, but the melody is soft and circular, the kind that never quite ends, only folds into itself again and again. A lullaby without words. In a quiet grove, Artemis walks barefoot. The goddess of the wild, of moonlit forests and still glades, walks not with a hunter's pace, but with the hush of a pilgrim. Her bow is slung lightly across her back, but she does not reach for it. She trails her fingers along the leaves of a low olive branch, whispering something we cannot hear. Around her, the forest listens. A deer lifts its head but does not run. Birds do not flee. Even the brook beneath the stones flows a little slower, as though caught in her rhythm. She kneels to drink, one palm cupped under a spring, and closes her eyes as the water cools her lips. Artemis, mistress of night paths and distant hills, takes her time. On a ledge above, Hermes lies on his back, watching the clouds drift. His staff, the caduceus, rests nearby, its twin serpents coiled in a sleepy knot. His sandals are unlaced. His hat lies in the grass beside him. For a god of travel, he is surprisingly still. Every now and then, he whistles, a tune with no structure, no destination. He counts birds overhead, names them to himself in languages no mortal tongue remembers. The god of messengers does not deliver today. He only watches, only waits. Nearby, in the shade of a fig tree, Hestia tends a small flame. It is not a great bonfire, not a temple blaze. Just a small, contained fire in a bronze bowl, the sort used in ancient homes, where families once gathered for warmth and light. She feeds it patiently, one twig at a time. A curl of smoke rises, sweet and soft. Hestia smiles not because something is funny, but because something is right. No one speaks to her. She does not require it. Her presence is like the fire, essential, quiet, enduring. Even the wind does not disturb her flame. Elsewhere, Hephaestus sits in his workshop. It is not filled with hammer blows today. No ringing anvils. No bursts of steam or flying sparks. Instead, he is engraving. He works a tiny figure into the surface of a golden cup, a bird mid-flight, its feathers fanned and detailed with impossible precision. His hands are steady, though one is twisted. His eyes are narrowed, but not tense. Beside him, a mechanical bird of bronze, no larger than a sparrow, sits quietly, its eyes made of garnet. It does not move. It waits for him to finish. This is a day not for forging, but for finesse. Not for war, but for wonder. Aphrodite floats in a shallow pool. The surface barely ripples around her. She wears no jewels, no crown. Her eyes are closed. A soft breeze moves the petals of lilies resting on the water's edge. Her hair, usually arranged with perfect care, floats freely, drifting like seaweed in tidewater. She hums. It is not a siren's call. Not today. It is a melody only the water knows. And perhaps the swan gliding by, slow and content. No one seeks her favor now. She is alone, and content to be so. In a stone chamber filled with scrolls and silence, Athena reads. The goddess of wisdom is not armored. Her spear leans in a corner. Her awl perches above, watching with one eye half closed. She runs her finger under each line as she reads, not aloud, but carefully. The text is old. Even she has not read this version before. It tells of a lost city, one built in a time before memory. A city of bridges and quiet springs. She pauses sometimes, thinking, imagining. Outside, a single olive tree shades the steps. She smiles, barely. Even Ares is still. He sits on a stone bench near the edge of Olympus, where the clouds thin and the world can be seen below. His armor is set aside. His hands are calloused. He holds a smooth stone in one palm, polished, perhaps from a battlefield, perhaps from a river. He turns it over, looks out over the mortal realm. He does not plan. He does not rage. He simply breathes. Even gods can grow tired of noise. And above all, Zeus, the king of the gods, sits upon no grand throne. Today, he walks the garden paths, his hands clasped behind him. He watches bees move through thyme and lavender. He pauses by a vine heavy with grapes, plucks one, and rolls it between his fingers. He does not speak. He listens, and so do we. For on Mount Olympus, even the mightiest of gods have days of quiet. These were the moments not written by poets, not sung by bards. Moments between the myths. Moments no scroll recorded. But perhaps, just perhaps, these were the truest moments of all. For even thunder sleeps. Even light bends toward shadow. And even eternity needs time to rest. So let us linger here a little longer. Among gods who do not command, but reflect. Among winds that do not howl, but hum. Among stones that have held divine footsteps, and trees that have known the breath of immortals. The gods are not gone. They are merely dreaming. And here, in their quiet, we dream with them. Before time, there was silence. Not the silence of sleep or the hush after music, but a silence so complete it did not yet know what sound was. There was no sun, no earth, no breath. Only a great, vast presence. A stillness that filled everything, because there was nothing else to fill. The Greeks called it chaos. But chaos was not chaos as we know it. Not noise, not disorder, not confusion. It was space, wide and deep. It was potential without shape. An open loom, untouched. A pause before the first note. And then, quietly, things began to form. From chaos came Gaia, the earth. She did not rise with force. She unfolded. A presence soft and heavy, like dark, fertile soil beneath moonlight. Gaia became the ground, not just stone and hill, but the breath of valleys, the cradle of trees. She was the earth in its sleeping form, warm and curved, waiting to be known. Then came Tartarus, the deep beneath the deep, not a pit of fire, but a great hollow, heavy and silent. A place for endings. A place of shadowed depth where forgotten things would one day rest. And from the darkness also came Nyx, the night. She shimmered, they said, like the edge of a raven's wing. She moved without sound. Nyx was the mother of sleep, of dreams, of the soft breath that leaves the body just before dawn. Even the gods would later fear her, not for cruelty, but for the weight of her wisdom. Alongside her came Erebus, the darkness between places. Not night, but the space night moves through. The ink between stars. And then, Eros. Not yet the boy with arrows and wings, but the primordial impulse, the stirring of attraction, the yearning of one form for another. Eros was the spark that pulled earth toward sky, that made the stars move, that whispered, become. Together, these beings did not clash. They simply wove. Gaia gave birth, not in pain, but in presence. First to Uranus, the sky vast and shimmering, blue and star-flecked. He arched over her, a dome of air and light, his gaze always downward, touching her with starlight. With Uranus, Gaia bore the Titans, 12 in all, vast and powerful, yet not yet cruel. They stood tall, formed of the same elemental strength. Among them were Oceanus, the endless river, Hyperion, the father of light, and Cronus, the quietest, the most patient, the one who watched and waited. There were others too monstrous, vast, nameless. But they will come later. For now, the world was being shaped. Time began to stir. Not measured in seconds, but in patterns, the cycle of stars, the changing length of night, the moment before a flower blooms. And with time came stories. The loom continued. Night bore sleep, death, doom, dreams, and blame. Not as curses, but as parts of life's fabric. Even in a perfect world, these were needed. Gaia, ever fertile, brought forth the mountains, the sea, the fields. She needed no partner. The world came from her as thought from mind, as dreams from sleep. And then there was friction. Uranus, her partner, grew wary of the children with many arms, of the cyclopes with eyes like polished marble, of the things that did not fit. He buried them deep within Gaia, within her very body, hidden from the sky. And Gaia groaned, not with rage, but with pressure, with sorrow, with weight unshared. So she turned to her son, Cronus, the youngest Titan, with eyes like still water. And in whispers, she gave him a sickle, not a weapon of war, a tool of harvest. And when Uranus came to her again, the sky folding lovingly over the earth, Cronus stepped forward and cut. The sky recoiled, and with it, time began. From the wound of Uranus fell foam, and from the foam, it is said, Aphrodite rose, the last gift of the broken sky. She stepped from the sea fully formed, radiant, not in gold, but in the quiet light before dawn. Cronus had done what was asked, but the loom had not stopped. He ruled, yes, but the whisper of Gaia's loom continued, for she had told him, quietly, that he too would be undone by his child, that the pattern could not be paused. So Cronus, fearing the future, swallowed his children, one by one. But Gaia was still Gaia, and Rhea, mother of those children, tucked away the last, Zeus, and wrapped a stone in cloth. The loom turned again. Zeus grew, hidden in a cave, nursed on goat's milk and bees' honey. He listened to the wind, to the murmur of the mountain, and when he was ready, he returned. Cronus was made to release the swallowed. Poseidon, Hades, Hera, Hestia, and Demeter, all born again. Together, they rose, not in a single moment, not in clash, but in unfolding. titans and gods, the old and the new, time and form, and the cosmos widened. Mount Olympus formed not as a conquest, but as a summit above change, a place where the weavings of fate might rest a while. The threads were not done, though, for still came the fates, Clotho, Lachesis, and Atropos, daughters of night, spinners of destiny. They took the raw thread of being, spun it with care, measured it with calm, and, when the time was right, cut. Not in anger, only in rhythm. The world now had shape. Heavens above, with stars like seeds. Oceans below, shifting and soft. Forests filled with whispers. Fields that bloomed, wilted, and bloomed again. Mortals came, not from gold or stone, but from thought, from the spark of Prometheus, who molded clay and gave it fire. The gods watched. They walked among us sometimes, but often they simply listened. For the loom wove on, thread by thread, word by word. Even now, they say, Gaia sleeps beneath us. Not dead, only resting. She dreams of roots, of rivers, of stories untold. And the loom still turns, slowly, gently, weaving your thread, too, into its tapestry. You may not feel it, but you are held within it. A story from the silence, a line in the pattern, a note in the music that began when chaos breathed. The mythic world was not only one of gods and monsters. It was also a world of fig trees, hearth fires, and sun-warmed walls. A world where shepherds carved flutes while watching the sheep graze. Where mothers sang softly to children beneath woven roofs. Where the wind stirred the dust in olive groves, and someone, somewhere, was always listening to the sea. This is where we go now. Not to Olympus, not to Tartarus, but to the gentle hum of an ancient village, somewhere in Arcadia or Boeotia, or beside the slow river near Thebes. The names matter less than the feeling. It is morning. The sun has just crested the low hills to the east. Shadows still stretch long across the fields. A cockerel calls once, twice, and already the world begins to stir. A woman steps from her doorway. She pulls her shawl close and stretches toward the sky. Her sandals are thin. Her hands are strong from grinding grain. She walks toward the small clay oven behind the house, where a flat loaf of barley bread is already baking. Her children are still asleep inside. In the distance, the sound of hooves. A young man drives a donkey down the path, baskets of grapes swaying at either side. He whistles a soft tune, one he heard from his grandfather, who claimed it was taught to him by a satyr in a dream. He doesn't believe it. Not entirely. But he whistles anyway. In this village, myth is not decoration. It is woven into the walls, the fields, the air itself. Each stone in the path has a story. Each laurel tree might once have been a nymph. Each spring might still carry the laughter of a water spirit if you sit quietly enough. At the edge of the village is a shrine. Not grand, just a whitewashed alcove with a worn wooden roof. Inside, a small clay statue of Hermes leans slightly forward, his cap tilted. Travelers passing by leave offerings, a coin, a ribbon, a bit of cheese wrapped in leaves. Not because they expect magic, but because it feels right. Because the road is long and kindness matters. Near the agora, the marketplace, the stalls begin to open. Figs, olives, honey in small ceramic jars. A potter sets out his bowls, each one with small patterns etched into the rim, spirals, waves, vines. He tells his neighbor the design came to him in a dream. She nods. Of course, dreams are how the gods whisper to mortals. An old man sits near the well, spinning a story for a group of boys. And then, just as the Cyclops raised his hand to crush Odysseus, the clever man called out, "My name is Nobody." The boys laugh. One repeats the phrase in a mocking voice. Another picks up a stick and begins to act out the tale, much to the amusement of a nearby goat. Stories are not only for bards. Here, everyone is a storyteller. Myths are not recited. They are remembered, and remembered in rhythm. At midday, the sun stands high. The villagers rest in shade. The woman who baked the morning bread now grinds sesame in a stone mortar. Her eldest daughter recites a prayer to Demeter under her breath. Not loudly. It is more like humming, a thank you to the earth. The child beside her draws a horse in the dust with a stick. When asked what its name is, she replies, Pegasus. She has never seen a real winged horse, but she believes, not with certainty, but with comfort, the way one believes in sleep, in kindness, in spring after winter. A priestess from the nearby temple walks slowly through the street. She does not speak. Her robe is linen, uncolored. On her shoulder sits a dove. She pauses at a doorway and places a sprig of laurel on the lintel. A newborn was delivered last night. A girl. The priestess leaves the laurel and moves on. At the heart of the village is a small temple. Whitewashed walls. Low steps. Inside, it is cool and shadowed. The statue of Athena stands at the back, not towering, but calm. A bowl of oil burns before her. A child sits cross-legged beside it, watching the flame flicker. He believes she watches back. Outside, an old woman hangs dyed wool from a rope to dry. The colors are soft, ochre, blue, clay red. She says the blue came from sea snails, the red from madder root, and the ochre from the breath of Hephaestus under the mountain. She smiles when she says it, but she does not say she's joking. As evening comes, smoke rises from the chimneys. Goats are led back to pens. Bread is sliced. Olives are shared. A boy returns from the hillside with a new flute he carved himself. He plays a note, and it's off-key. His sister claps anyway. Their grandfather tells them of the time he saw Pan, or someone like him, dancing in the reeds. He says he heard a tune carried on the wind, and for 3 days afterward, all his dreams were made of leaves and hoofbeats. The children nod. That sounds right. Near the hearth, a woman lights a lamp. The oil catches with a faint glow. Shadows flicker along the wall, shadows of gods, perhaps, or of memories too old to name. A prayer is said, not formally, just a few words. Thank you for the day. May sleep come easily. May dreams be kind. Outside, the stars begin to emerge. Orion, the Pleiades, the long curve of the Milky Way, called the River of Milk, said to be the spilled nourishment of Hera herself. And all calls from a fig tree. Far off, a dog barks once. And inside the homes, myth continues in lullabies, in candlelight, in the stories that drift into sleep. Here, the gods do not shout. They do not punish. They do not demand. They wait, in the stillness between footsteps, in the breath of the sheepdog curled by the door, in the warm weight of the child dozing beside her mother. In the morning, the village will wake again. The oven will glow. The shrine will gather fresh flowers. And someone will begin a story with, did you know? Because the age of myth was never only about gods. It was and always will be about people, about bread and fire, and stories whispered by lamplight, and all the sacred things too small to ever be written down. It begins with silence, not the silence of absence, but of presence, a quiet so deep it feels sacred, the kind of silence that exists beneath stone, beneath centuries, beneath words. This is the silence of the oracle. In the world of Greek myth, the oracle was not merely a fortune teller. She was a threshold, a voice half in this world and half in another, a listening post between the living and the divine. And the most famous of all sat in a place as old as memory itself, Delphi. Nestled into the southern slopes of Mount Parnassus, the sanctuary of Delphi was more than stone and shrine. It was breath and shadow and water. Pine trees whispered in the mountain wind. Laurel branches bent toward the temple steps. A spring, called Cassotis, trickled from the rocks nearby, cool, clean, and said to carry the whisper of Apollo. In this place, the Pythia, the oracle of Delphi, sat on a tripod above a chasm in the rock. But not always. Before the questions, before the answers, came the quiet, the deep breath, the preparation. The Pythia was not chosen for power. She was not royalty. She was a woman, often older, often widowed, always devoted. She fasted. She bathed in the sacred spring. She chewed bay leaves and breathed in the sweet, curling vapors that rose from the earth. And then she listened. Some say she spoke in riddles. Others say she whispered. Some say she shivered or trembled or sang in tongues. But always, her words came slowly, not from her own mind, but from somewhere deeper. People came from all over the known world to ask their questions. Should we go to war? Will my child live? Where shall we build our city? But the oracle did not give answers like maps or commands. She gave symbols, images, fragments of dream. Her voice was the language of wind, of water, of sleeping thought. And when she finished speaking, the priests, calm, practiced, would interpret her words, sometimes wrongly, sometimes too literally, but always with reverence. For they knew that truth is not always sharp. Sometimes it comes wrapped in mist. Delphi was not the only place where oracles spoke. In Dodona, the voice of Zeus was said to speak through the rustling of oak leaves. The priestesses, barefoot, patient, would listen to the wind and interpret its meanings. A certain branch might tremble. A leaf might fall in a particular pattern. No fire, no visions, just wind, leaves, and thought. The ancients knew something we often forget, that the world speaks softly. And if we wish to understand it, we must learn to be still. In Trophonius' cave, seekers would descend into the dark, not for spectacle, but for surrender. They would lie on the ground, drink from two sacred springs, Lethe, the river of forgetting, and Mnemosyne, the river of remembering, one to clear the mind, one to restore its depth. And in the cave's hush, visions would come, not like lightning, but like the slow bloom of a flower in the mind. They would emerge pale, quiet, eyes wide, touched. Oracles existed in homes, too. A grandmother who dreamed of a heron and warned her family not to sail. A shepherd who saw strange lights over a hill and moved his flock to another valley. The mythic world was full of prophecy, not as spectacle, but as part of life. Apollo was the god of oracles, but he was not always loud. He was also the god of music, of light that slants gently through the pines, of harmony, and it was he who gave the gift of second sight, not just to women in temples, but to poets, to dreamers, to those who dared to listen. Even Cassandra, cursed though she was, spoke with the voice of vision. Her tragedy was not that she was mad, but that she was ignored. The gods knew the future could be seen, but not always heard. Sometimes, the prophecies were small. A child dreamed of bees and woke with a taste of honey in her mouth. A sailor heard a song in the waves and turned back, just before a storm rose. A priest fell asleep beneath a fig tree and woke with the name of a new god on his lips. These were not recorded in scrolls, but they mattered. For prophecy is not only for kings. It is for anyone who listens deeply enough. The ancients did not ask oracles for certainty. They asked for alignment, for signs that the world beneath the world still moved in rhythm. They did not expect to avoid pain, only to understand it. At the Temple of Delphi, it was written, "Know thyself." It was not a warning. It was a doorway. The Pythia sat in darkness, not to escape the world, but to hear it more clearly. And when she spoke, even the mighty listened. So let us, too, listen, not for thunder, but for murmur, not for prophecy as command, but as suggestion, as shape in the mist. You do not need to visit Delphi to hear the world speak. You only need silence, and patience, and breath. Let the oracles remind us that truth does not always come like fire. Sometimes it arrives like sleep, soft, slow, and sacred. Some myths blaze like stars, others flicker like candlelight, and some, the quietest of all, drift like mist over water, almost unseen. This chapter is not about the thundering of Zeus, the wrath of Hera, or the cleverness of Odysseus. It is about the quiet ones, the nearly forgotten, the overlooked, the ones who whisper in the corners of the great epics, and perhaps, in doing so, whisper something even more lasting. Let us begin with Echo. She was a nymph, one of many, but unlike the others, her gift was voice. She could charm, soothe, and distract with words so light they seemed to float. Some say she spoke endlessly, filling silence with gentle laughter, soft flattery, clever turns of phrase. But when Zeus, the ever-wandering, began his secret journeys through the forest, Echo helped him hide. She chatted to Hera, the goddess of marriage, delaying her, charming her, distracting her from her husband's wandering. And when Hera discovered the trick, she was not angry with Zeus. No, she turned her wrath to Echo. A soft curse, spoken like silk. You shall have the last word, girl, but never the first. Echo lost her voice, not entirely, but she could no longer speak freely. She could only repeat what others said. A mirror, a shadow, a response. She fled into the hills. And there, she saw Narcissus, a boy so beautiful, he could not see the world for anything but his own reflection. She tried to speak, but all she could do was echo his words. "Who's there?" he called. "There," she said. "Come to me," he said. "To me," she whispered. But when he rejected her, she faded. Not in rage, not in fire, she simply withered into sound. And to this day, they say, if you listen in deep caves or mountain gorges, her voice answers. Always there. Always repeating. A gentle presence, misunderstood and half-remembered. Then, Arachne, a mortal woman, a weaver of such skill that her cloth looked like moonlight caught in thread. She wove scenes of the gods not in flattery, but in truth. She showed their flaws, their desires, their mistakes. The gods were not pleased. Athena, goddess of wisdom and craft, visited her. "Let us have a contest," she said, "to see who weaves best." They did. And Arachne's work was flawless, bold, beautiful, honest. Athena was not angered by the skill, but by the subject. And so, with a single touch, she turned Arachne into a spider. But not as punishment. Perhaps as preservation. For now Arachne still weaves. In shadows. In corners. In quiet. Her webs glint with dew each morning, small tapestries of moon and air. The gods silenced her hand, but not her craft. Then there is Icarus. Everyone knows the warning, don't fly too high, don't fly too low. But few pause to think about the boy himself. He was not arrogant. He was young. He had lived in a prison of stone, the labyrinth, with his father, Daedalus, a master craftsman. And when Daedalus fashioned wings of feathers and wax, it was not just escape. It was flight. It was freedom. Icarus soared, not out of pride, but out of joy, out of the simple wonder of the sky. He did fly too close to the sun, and he fell. But in that brief arc of flight, he knew something sacred, something few ever do. He lived a moment of beauty, even if it did not last. He is remembered not for obedience, but for awe. And that, too, has its place. We come next to Psyche. Her name means soul. She was a mortal woman whose beauty rivaled the gods. People came to her not as a person, but as a statue, a symbol. And this troubled Aphrodite, goddess of love, who sent her son Eros to punish her. But when Eros saw Psyche, he faltered. And thus began a love story, told in shadows. He came to her at night, unseen. She was told she must never look upon his face. And for a time she obeyed. But curiosity, or perhaps longing, got the better of her. She lit a lamp, and in that brief glow, she saw him a god. Young, radiant. And he, seeing her disobedience, vanished. Her journey after that was long and quiet. No war, no armies, just tasks. Sort grain, fetch water, visit the underworld. She passed each test with grace and endurance. And in time, she was granted divinity, not through battle, but through gentleness. Psyche teaches us that even the soul may wander, falter, grow, and, in time, be lifted. And then, there is Endymion, a shepherd, simple, quiet, dreaming. He slept beneath the open sky. The moon goddess, Serene, saw him and fell in love. Night after night, she drifted down to watch him sleep. She asked Zeus to grant him eternal slumber so that he would never age, never change. He dreams still, they say, somewhere in a cave, deep in hills no one finds. Selene visits, still, and the light on your pillow some nights, that soft, cool glow, it might be her passing by. Endymion reminds us, sometimes, peace is in sleep, and love does not always need to be awake. We think of Phaeton, who drove the sun's chariot too fast out of Orion, the hunter who became stars. Of Penthesilea, the Amazon queen with quiet dignity, whose story ends not in triumph, but in honor. These are not the loud myths. They are the dim constellations just past the eye's reach, the soft steps in old halls, the names written in fading ink. But they matter. They tell us that myth is not just about glory. It is also about longing, about silence, about the way we drift through time, like Echo's voice, like a spider's thread, like a moth fluttering too near the flame. These forgotten ones are not lost. They live in the spaces between, in lullabies, in shadows, in quiet thoughts before sleep. And if you listen softly, you might still hear them. There is a road that leads downward. It begins not in fear, but in curiosity, not with a scream, but with a sigh. The ancient Greeks imagined the underworld not always as a place of punishment, but as a realm of depth, a place of memory, of quiet, of endings that were not truly ends. It was not hell. It was Hades. And Hades was not a devil. He was a king. Let us visit him now, softly, gently, through the cool stone gates of the earth. The entrance is quiet. A grove of poplars stands near a hidden mouth in the hillside. There is a breeze, but it does not disturb the trees. A stream trickles nearby, the Cocytus, the river of lamentation, though its sound is more like weeping in sleep than sorrow. You do not fall into the underworld. You walk, and it welcomes you like dusk. There are 5 rivers in Hades, each one flowing in slow, winding paths. Lethe, the river of forgetting. Mnemosyne, the river of memory. Styx, the river of sacred oaths. Phlegethon, the river of quiet fire. And Acheron, the river of pain, not shrieking pain, but the ache of parting. The ferryman, Charon, waits with his boat. He says nothing. He simply reaches out a hand for the coin, the obol, placed on the tongue of the departed. Not as payment, as passage. The boat moves without sound, and across the water the land shifts, becomes softer, more shaded. There, at the heart of this realm, is a palace built not of marble, but of shadowed stone. It is vast, unadorned, quiet. The walls hum with stillness. And inside, Hades, king of the dead. He is not cruel. He is solemn, tall, cloaked in black that is not harsh, but velvety. He speaks little. His eyes are deep and still. He does not demand worship, nor revel in power. He keeps the balance. He guards the gate. They call him Platon, the rich one, not for gold, but for what he holds. All that has passed, all that has returned to the earth. And beside him, Persephone. She is not the weeping girl stolen from a meadow. Not anymore. She stands with the grace of someone who knows both light and shadow. She wears a crown of jet and silver, and when she walks, even the asphodel flowers bow their heads. There are gardens here. Not lush, not green, but beautiful in a different way. Pale blossoms that open only in twilight. Moss that glows faintly along the stones. Pomegranate trees with fruit like blood-red lanterns, their seeds soft and sweet. This is Persephone's realm now. She tends it with quiet care. She was once the maiden, Kore, daughter of Demeter, goddess of the harvest. She wandered fields of barley and lilies. But one day, in the old stories, the earth opened, and Hades took her hand. He brought her here, not to imprison, but to offer a choice. And she ate the pomegranate. 6 seeds. 6 months. That is the cycle. Half the year she returns to the world above, where her mother rejoices, and the fields bloom with wheat and fig and plum. The other half, she returns to Hades, not as captive, but as queen. The seasons turn with her. Spring is her arrival. Winter is her descent. Autumn is her farewell. And summer is her gift. She is the hinge on which the world turns. In Hades, Persephone walks the gardens. She touches each tree with calm hands. Flowers bloom where her feet pass, but not in color, in scent, in memory, in echo. She greets the souls with gentleness. They do not cry. Some sit beneath poplars. Others walk paths lined with moonstones. They are not tortured. They are not forgotten. They are only remembering. This is the true gift of Hades. Not punishment, but pause. Here, the soul is no longer weighed by hunger or haste. Here, the soul rests. There are places within the underworld for all fates. The fields of asphodel stretch endlessly, pale, rustling, where ordinary souls drift, remembering their lives like half-forgotten dreams. The Elysian fields, where heroes and poets lie beneath ever-blooming trees, their laughter soft, their music low. And the Isles of the Blessed, a second Elysium where the noblest souls are reborn. But these are not separate kingdoms. They fold into one another, like shades of moonlight. Even Tartarus, the place of punishment, is far below, sealed, solemn, distant, not fiery, but heavy, reserved only for the worst transgressions, the oath-breakers, the betrayers of sacred law. For most, the underworld is simply still, and watched over by three judges, Minos, Rhadamanthys, and Aeacus. They do not shout. They listen. They weigh lives like feathers, not for reward or wrath, but for remembrance. Cerberus, the great three-headed dog, guards the gates. But he is not snarling. He is sleeping, his head resting on crossed paws. He growls only at those who try to leave without cause. For the underworld is not a prison, but it must be honored. Each night, Hades and Persephone dine together, not in gold halls, in quiet chambers lit with soft torches. He listens as she speaks of the world above, of orchards blooming, of children laughing, of temples filled with song. She listens as he speaks of dreams, of the turning of time, of souls remembering the taste of rain. They speak little, but what they say matters, for they are not gods of noise. They are gods of cycles. Death is not the end in myth. It is the threshold, and those who enter Hades do not vanish. They sleep. They dream. They become part of the earth, a root, a seed, a silence that gives way to music. So let us honor them, not with fear, but with quiet. Let us walk the gardens. Let us feel the hush of memory, the softness of shadow. And let us remember that the underworld is not only beneath us, it is within, the place we go when we rest, when we remember, when we let go. And if you listen, truly, you might hear Persephone's footsteps in your dreams. And the hush of Hades, steady as stone, keeping the balance, beneath it all. There is a sound older than language, a slow rhythm, steady and deep. It is the sound of the hammer meeting the anvil, not in violence, but in pattern, not in chaos, but in care. This is the forge, the heart of making, the place where shape is born from shapelessness, where dull metal becomes blade, or shield, or something more beautiful than either. And at the center of the forge is Hephaestus, the god of fire, of metalwork, of creation. But unlike other gods, he does not enter the scene in flashes of light or bursts of thunder. He arrives in smoke, in warmth, in sparks that fall like golden rain. Hephaestus was not graceful. He was born different. Some say with a limp, some say with a twisted foot. Some say Hera, his mother, threw him from Olympus out of shame. Others say Zeus cast him down during a quarrel. The stories vary, as stories always do. But what remains is this: he fell. Through cloud, through wind, through silence. For 9 days and 9 nights, they say, he fell until he landed in the sea. There, he was saved, raised not by gods of sky or thunder, but by sea nymphs, gentle and quiet, who taught him not grandeur, but patience. And in the deep caves beneath the ocean, he built his first forge, not to conquer, not to boast, to create. He learned how metal breathes under heat, how it softens, stretches, sings, how bronze listens to the hand that shapes it. When he returned to Olympus, he did not arrive with vengeance. He brought gifts, a golden throne for Hera, one that shimmered like dawn, jewelry so fine it seemed to float on air, automatons, living statues that moved, bowed, even spoke. Hephaestus did not rule from a chariot or a spear. His power was in his craft. He built the weapons of the gods: Zeus's thunderbolt, Apollo's chariot, Achilles' shield, spun with stars and cities and wheat fields. But even more, he built things that were unseen, the hinges on which Olympus turned, the doors that opened without sound, the chains that held Prometheus to the rock, forged not in cruelty, but in sorrow. For Hephaestus knew pain, not just the pain of the body, but the ache of being set apart. He limped, he labored, he listened. While others shouted, he shaped. And in the glow of his forge, beneath volcanoes and within hollow mountains, he turned sorrow into form. His workshop was unlike any other. Bellows that worked themselves, hammers that danced in rhythm, walls lined with tools so ancient their names were forgotten. Golden assistants, statues with minds of their own, tended the fires, turned the wheels, poured the molten ore. And in the center of it all, Hephaestus stood, broad-shouldered, soot-streaked, steady. He did not speak often. He let the work speak for him. Hephaestus reminds us that there is a sacredness in labor, that beauty is not always delicate. Sometimes it is forged, bent, shaped, cooled. Sometimes it is made with hands that ache. He was married to Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty, though their union was not perfect. She strayed, drawn to Ares, god of war. Hephaestus caught them in a net of invisible threads, a quiet revenge. But even then, he did not rage. He let the silence speak, because Hephaestus belonged to a different kind of power, a power not of control, but of creation. He made the armor for heroes, the necklace of Harmonia, the chains that bound gods and mortals alike. He did not choose sides in war. He worked for all, because he understood that making is neutral. The forge does not judge. It simply listens and responds. Hephaestus was worshipped not with loud festivals, but with smoke drifting from chimneys, with the ring of metal in village forges, with hands that shaped pots, plows, hinges, and horseshoes. His temples were found not just on mountaintops, but in workshops. And every blacksmith, every potter, every craftsman, whether they knew it or not, carried a spark of Hephaestus in their breath. Hephaestus is the god of those who stay up late, finishing the last detail, of those who shape something from nothing, of those who find rhythm in repetition. He is the god of imperfection, not as flaw, but as story. Each scar on his hands, each limp in his step, a mark of having tried and tried again. And in that, there is peace. There is dignity in the glow of the coals. There is calm in the clink of tools laid down after a long day. There is myth not in grand battles, but in quiet craft. Hephaestus teaches us that even gods can be wounded, that strength can be slow, that beauty can come from the forge, and that silence, true silence, is found not in absence, but in focused care. So the next time you see something well-made, a cup, a key, a carved bit of wood, think of him. Think of the fire that warms, not burns. Think of the god who limps, but never stops moving. And think of the forge, deep within the mountain, where the hammer still rises, still falls, in perfect, steady peace. Long before the clash of bronze on bronze. Before the high walls burned. Before the horse rolled silently into the city. There was a woman. She was not fire. She was not ruin. She was a girl, then a wife, then a queen, then a name. Helen. We know her from the songs, the face that launched 1,000 ships, but that face, that name, lived a life before the war began. A life of gardens and silks, of courtyards and choices, of moments quiet enough to miss if you do not listen carefully. Let us go to Sparta, not the Sparta of iron law and spear training, but the Sparta of soft mornings and cool halls, the Sparta of Helen's girlhood. She was born of both mortal and divine, her mother Leda, her father perhaps Tyndareus, the king. But myth tells another story, that Zeus came to Leda in the form of a swan, and from that strange union, Helen was born, not crying, but luminous. She grew, tall and fair, with hair like ripened wheat and eyes the color of deep water. Wherever she walked, stories followed. Before she was of age, princes came suitors from every corner of Greece. Kings and heroes, each bearing gifts, each hoping to be the one. But Helen was not a prize. She was a person. The choice was given, not freely, but with pressure. And finally, she married Menelaus, brother of the high king Agamemnon. He was strong, red-haired, capable. Their life in Sparta was stable, orderly. Helen bore a daughter, Hermione. She walked the courtyards in linen robes. She poured libations. She watched the seasons shift. But the heart does not always grow where it is planted. And then came Paris, a prince of Troy, son of Priam, brother to Hector. He came not as a soldier, but as a guest, young, handsome, full of charm. He had judged a divine beauty contest once, you may remember, choosing Aphrodite over Hera and Athena. For this, the goddess of love promised him the most beautiful woman in the world. And now, In Sparta, he found her. What passed between Helen and Paris is not fully known. Was it love? Desire? Magic? Some say Aphrodite enchanted her. Others say she chose him, gently, tragically. Others say she was taken, unwilling. But the truth, like water, may slip between all three. What matters is this: Helen left. With Paris, she sailed to Troy. Behind them, silence. And in Sparta, Menelaus woke to empty chambers. A sandal missing by the bed. A scarf left on the terrace. The echo of steps that would never return. And so, the seeds of war were sown. But here, we pause, before the war. In Troy, the city welcomed Helen. Its towers stretched toward the sky. Its streets were clean, its gardens lush. Queen Hecuba and King Priam received her with careful courtesy. Her new life began, not in battle, but in uneasy beauty. She walked the palace halls, carved with lapis and cedar. She sat beside fountains carved in the shape of dolphins. She wore robes dyed in Tyrian purple. She learned the rhythms of the Troad, the soft wind that carried salt from the sea, the slow turning of the stars above Mount Ida. Helen was not a destroyer. She was quiet. She embroidered with the other women. She bathed in rose water. She stood on the ramparts and watched the ships gather far away, still over the curve of the world, not yet near. In the evenings, she told stories to young Polyxena and sat beside Cassandra, who never smiled but always saw. And in the quiet of her chamber, she may have wondered, not with panic, but with soft ache, whether she had made the right choice. Whether anyone ever truly chooses. Whether longing is the same as love. Back in Greece, the kings convened. They remembered an oath, sworn by all Helen's suitors long ago, that they would defend the husband she chose, that none would attack the other should they lose her. And now, they gathered behind Menelaus, Odysseus, Ajax, Nestor, Diomedes, Achilles, great names, not yet mythic, still only men. They built ships. They counted provisions. They kissed their wives goodbye and promised to return before the harvest. And slowly, very slowly, the Greek fleet moved east. Helen, watching from the high tower, saw the sails before anyone else. White shapes on the horizon, like gulls, like omens. She said nothing. She sat with her needle and thread, drawing scenes of peace. And the days passed, and the war came closer. But this moment, this pause, is where we linger. Before the first spear was thrown, before the wooden horse was carved, before gods took sides and poets sang for centuries, there was stillness. A woman standing in a garden, the hush before a storm, the soft scent of myrrh in the air. Helen was not a villain. She was a mirror. In her, each side saw what they longed for: beauty, power, excuse. But Helen herself was human. She laughed. She cried. She waited. Even the grandest myths begin not with thunder, but with breath. And sometimes, the softest part of the story is the most sacred. In a room beyond time, beneath the stars, but above the clouds, in a place with no name but many whispers, 3 women sit. They do not speak. They work. Clotho, Lachesis, Atropos, the Moirai, the Fates. They do not wear crowns. They do not carry thunderbolts or ride chariots of fire. They hold thread. Simple, endless, eternal. It stretches across their laps, through their fingers, over spindles and blades. Some threads are golden, glowing softly. Others are dull gray, quiet as dust. Some are thick, some impossibly fine. All are necessary. Let us watch them, gently. Clotho, the spinner, begins. She takes the raw material of potential and twists it into thread, the beginning of a life. She hums as she works. Her fingers are quick, but never rushed. Each new line begins with a spark, a cry, a breath, a name forming on the lips of time. With each thread she spins, a soul enters the world. A child is born in a quiet village. A sailor opens his eyes under the morning sun. A shepherd wakes in the hills and stretches toward the sky. Clotho does not choose who these people will become. She only begins the pattern. She turns the wheel and smiles softly, knowing that every beginning is sacred. Beside her sits Lachesis. She is taller, more still. She measures. With a rod carved of bone and time, she stretches the thread, long or short, depending on the shape of the life. Her eyes see far, not into the future, but into form. She sees not what the thread will do, but what it contains. The curve of it, the tension, the resistance. She adjusts. A few inches more. A slight angle of grace. She lays it across the loom of the world, threading it among the others, weaving intersections, overlaps, touches. A soldier will meet a poet on a rain-soaked field. A child will cross paths with a stranger and learn kindness. A widow will sing alone one night and be heard by a god. Lachesis does not interfere. She aligns. Every thread becomes part of the greater pattern, the fabric of myth, of history, of simple, unseen lives. And at the end of the row sits Atropos, the smallest of the three, the quietest. She holds a blade, not cruel, not sharp in anger, but honed in acceptance. When the time comes, not early, not late, she lifts the thread and, with one motion, ends it. There is no ceremony, no weeping, only peace, and the thread curls gently back into silence. Atropos does not judge. She does not mourn. She understands what all endings must, that to complete is not to fail. She holds the space where one life ends and another may begin. In Greek myth, the fates were respected, even by the gods. Zeus, the king of thunder, did not overrule them. Apollo, with all his foresight, could not undo their design. Even Hades, who ruled the dead, bowed his head when Atropos passed. Because the Moirai do not command. They observe, they maintain, they preserve the balance of all things. You may wonder, if the fates hold the threads, do we have choice? The ancients would answer gently, yes and no. The length of your thread is not yours to change, but the pattern you weave within it, the tension, the color, the song of it, that is your own. Each life is a thread, but no thread moves alone. We are all woven into one another, into places, into memories and meanings. The old poet Hesiod spoke of the fates as daughters of night, born before even the gods. He said they spun the thread of kings and peasants alike, that no one escaped them, that none were overlooked. Even the smallest thread had its place. Even the softest voice made ripples in the pattern. You may think the fates are distant, but perhaps they are near. Perhaps you feel Clotho's wheel when a new idea stirs, a whisper of beginning. Perhaps you sense Lachesis measuring as you pause to choose, a road, a word, a silence. Perhaps you felt Atropos not only at the end of life, but in smaller endings, the closing of a book, the parting of friends, the quiet between chapters. They are not cruel. They are not kind. They simply are. Three figures in the twilight of myth, holding the shape of existence. They remind us that life is not measured in gold or greatness, but in thread, spun with care, measured with grace, and ended with dignity. So tonight, as you rest, imagine their hands, not looming, not watching, but working, threading your dreams into the quiet fabric of the universe. And know this, your thread matters, not because it is long, not because it is bright, but because it is yours. And without it, the pattern would be incomplete. Not all myths are born in palaces or on mountaintops. Some begin in meadows, in springs where light bends through water, in trees so old they no longer remember their own names. This is a chapter of soft places, of shy laughter echoing through moss-lined paths, of feet brushing through ferns and leaves shifting in time with a song no one taught, only remembered. We are in the world of the wild, not the savage, but the sacred wild, the part of nature that breathes without asking, the part that sings even when no one listens. Here dwell the satyrs and the nymphs, not gods, not mortals, something in between, spirit and body, story and silence. Let us meet the nymphs first. There are many kinds, each born from a part of the natural world, each tied to it like breath to a chest. The dryads live in trees, often in oaks, ancient and knotted. They are shy, graceful, long-limbed. Their hair moves like leaves in wind. They rarely speak, but when they do, it is in creaks and rustles. A dryad is not separate from her tree. When the tree ages, so does she. When it is harmed, she feels it. To see one is rare. To hear one is luck. To walk beneath one and not disturb her, that is wisdom. Then there are the naiads, who live in fresh waters. Streams, rivers, springs, even quiet wells. They are curious, often playful, but with a depth that mirrors the places they guard. They can be calm as still water or swift as a flood. They sing sometimes, not for an audience, but for the joy of echo. Travelers who stumble upon a naiad's pool at dusk may hear a song and not know where it comes from. Those who listen with care might catch a name. Arethusa, Daphne, Callirrhoe. Names like ripples. Names like lullabies. There are nymphs of mountains, oreads, who live in the high, wind-polished stones. They walk without sound and watch the horizon with ancient patience. And sea nymphs, nereids, daughters of the sea god Nereus, who move through waves like silver fish, guiding lost sailors or calming storms. But nymphs do not always help. They are not malicious, but they are wild. They do not like disrespect. Those who pollute a spring or cut a tree carelessly may find misfortune following them like a shadow, not punishment. Balance. Respect is the key to walking in the world of the nymphs. Then come the satyrs, half man, half goat, full of appetite, but also joy. They are the companions of Pan, the god of the wild, horned, bearded, with a flute carved from reeds and fingers stained with bark. Satyrs love music. They dance not for show, but because the earth moves beneath them, and they cannot help it. They are creatures of impulse, not evil, not tame. They chase what they desire and fall asleep in sunbeams without regret. Their laughter carries like wind in hollows. They are the forest's heartbeat. Together, satyrs and nymphs make up the retinue of Dionysus, the god of wine, ecstasy, and mystery. But long before temples named him, he wandered with them, through ivy-choked hills and vine-covered groves. In these places, myth is quieter. It hides behind petals and within the hum of bees. A shepherd might see a flicker in the woods and call it light, but it was a dryad dancing, briefly, in morning fog. A traveler may fall asleep near a spring and wake with a poem on his tongue, the gift of a naiad passing by. Some myths say the nymph Echo lived among these spirits, laughing softly and braiding water flowers into her hair before her voice was taken. Some say the satyr Marsyas found a flute discarded by Athena and played it so beautifully that the gods took notice, and in typical divine fashion, punished him for daring to rival them. But this world does not ask to be remembered in full. It is content with moments. A dew-covered footprint in the grass. A song hummed by wind through pine. A rustle just behind you that isn't a bird or breeze. To walk in the realm of these spirits is to walk slowly. To pause. To breathe with the land. The ancients did not see nature as scenery. They saw it as sacred. Alive. Filled with presence. A grove might be a temple. A stream might hold a goddess. A tree might whisper its secrets if you stood still long enough. Offerings to nymphs were simple. A cup of wine poured on the ground. A garland of wildflowers left on a stone. A whispered thank you, because gratitude echoes, and the wild remembers. Even today, in places untouched by concrete, the old spirits may linger. Not as forms, but as feelings. That hush in the woods. That sudden peace by a brook. That moment when you are alone, and the world feels full, not empty. Perhaps that is a nymph, watching with calm eyes. Perhaps it is a satyr, reclining behind a tree, smiling at your slowness. Or perhaps it is just the land, singing to itself, as it always has. So let us walk carefully, joyfully. Let us notice. Let us thank the moss, the fern, the reed, the root. And let us remember, the wild is not behind us. It is within us. Sleeping maybe, but ready to wake. With a flute, with a footstep, with a whisper. There is a flame that does not flicker, a presence that does not boast, a goddess whose name is not always shouted, but always remembered, quietly. Her name is Hestia. She is the hearth, not just the fire, but the space around it, the warmth, the welcome, the steadiness. In a pantheon of storms and passion, of battles and metamorphoses, Hestia is stillness. And for that, she is essential. The Greeks believed that every home had a hearth, and every hearth had a spirit, and that spirit was hers. Whether it was a grand stone fireplace in a palace or a clay brazier in a shepherd's hut, where there was fire, there was Hestia. She did not dwell on Mount Olympus in glittering robes. She did not throw lightning or rage and jealousy. She stayed where she was needed, in the center. When meals were cooked, she was there. When children warmed their hands after winter's chill, she watched. When stories were told around the embers, she listened. She is the first and last, the firstborn of the Olympians, the one to whom the first offering of every household was made. And at the close of every feast, the final sip of wine was poured for her, not from fear, from gratitude, because without Hestia, the world would be loud but cold. She was offered thrones in Olympus, but she declined. She gave her seat to Dionysus, stepping back so harmony could remain, not out of weakness, but strength. Hestia knows the power of saying, "I will stay. I will hold the center." She is the flame that lights other flames. In temples across Greece, her fire was kept burning. In Prytanea, the public hearths, her flame was guarded by priests and priestesses. If it ever went out, it was rekindled not from common fire, but from the rays of the sun, because her flame was sacred. To light a hearth was to light civilization. To keep it lit was to keep order. Her name means hearth, and hearth means more than heat. It means home. It means constancy. It means the place to return. When Greek colonies were founded, settlers took fire from the mother city's altar of Hestia and carried it across the sea, keeping the flame alive. The new city's hearth would be lit from this fire, a symbol that the old and the new were joined. Every meal began with her. Every home was guarded by her. And yet, she had no myth of anger, no tale of revenge, no lover scorned, no pride wounded. She is what remains when the storm passes. She is the lamp left glowing in a window at night. A quiet goddess, but not a minor one. The philosopher Plato said that Hestia represents the soul, the still point within all motion. Just as every home has a center, so too does every person. A place of warmth, a place of return. Hestia is that place. The Roman equivalent of Hestia was Vesta, and her cult was deeply revered. The Vestal virgins tended her fire in the heart of Rome, letting no flame die. It was considered a grave omen if the fire went out. The city's fortune was said to rest in its glow. But in Greece, Hestia was less about empire and more about everyday life. She did not demand temples of gold. She lived in the soft ash at the edge of the fire, in the quiet hush of a family gathered, in the patient hands of a woman kneading bread. She had no children, no scandals, no wars, but she was mother to the idea of home itself. And what could be more powerful? When the world spun with battle and desire, Hestia remained. A constant, a rhythm, the echo of a mother's hum as soup bubbles on the hearth. Even today, we light candles and speak of warmth and comfort, things she held long before names were given to them. In our own way, we still worship her, when we gather, when we cook, when we sit with someone and simply stay. When we create a space that says, "Here, you are safe." That is Hestia, not in marble, in moments. So if you ever feel unmoored, turn inward. Find your hearth. Tend it. Feed the flame gently. And remember, even the quietest goddesses hold up the sky. There is a rhythm older than the stars, a song that rises with the tides. It is the breath of the ocean, the murmur of deep waters, the pulse of salt and spray. This song belongs to Poseidon. He is the god of the sea, the horses, and the earth's shaking bones. Not just a god of storms, but of depths, of calm, of poetry hidden beneath the waves. Poseidon's trident, three-pronged, sharp, and strong, is his symbol, but it is also his voice. When it strikes the ocean floor, the sea answers with rumbling song and rising swells. But before the storms, there is stillness. Before the thunderous waves, there is a gentle swell. We imagine the sea not as chaos, but as a vast breathing being. And Poseidon is its soul. He is not merely tempest. He is the quiet moment between tides, the glimmer of light beneath the surface, the slow sway of kelp forests. The myths tell us that Poseidon was born of Cronus and Rhea, brother to Zeus and Hades. When the great Titanomachy ended, the three brothers drew lots for the realms of the world. Zeus took the sky, Hades the underworld, and Poseidon the sea. But Poseidon's realm is not just water. It is horses, wild, untamed creatures that embody both strength and grace. Some say Poseidon created the horse to please his beloved Demeter, and that his hooves thunder like waves on the shore. Horses and waves, two forces, wild and free, yet bound to rhythm. In ancient Greece, sailors and fishermen prayed to Poseidon for calm seas and safe passage. They offered sacrifices, white horses, intricate carvings, cups of sea water, hoping to appease the god whose moods could shift in moments. Poseidon's personality is complex. He could be generous, calming storms, helping heroes on their journeys, or fierce, shaking the earth with earthquakes, stirring the sea into violent tempests. The Greeks believed that earthquakes were his footsteps beneath the land, a reminder that the world itself was alive and responsive. Legends tell of Poseidon's palace beneath the waves, built of coral and pearl, where sea creatures of all kinds gathered. It is said he rode a chariot pulled by hippocampi, mythical horses with fishtails, gliding through the depths. But Poseidon was also a god of boundaries. He marked the edges of land and sea, the limits of the known world. He could create islands, sink ships, or raise new lands from the ocean floor. His domain was both giver and taker. Stories often show him as passionate and proud, sometimes quick to anger, but also capable of deep loyalty and care. In some myths, he competed with Athena for the patronage of cities, offering the gift of a salt spring, useful but bitter, while Athena gave the olive tree, a symbol of peace and prosperity. Athens chose Athena's gift, but Poseidon's power was never diminished. It was felt every day by those who lived by the sea. Even now, the sound of waves against the shore carries his voice. And beneath the surface, the slow, steady pulse of the ocean holds secrets older than time. Poseidon reminds us to respect nature's vastness, to listen to the quiet songs beneath the roar, to find calm in the midst of the storm. As you rest, imagine the sea's embrace, the gentle rocking of waves, the shimmering light beneath water, the endless horizon where sky and ocean meet. And know that in that vastness, a god watches, not with harshness, but with the poetry of tides. There is a light that shines not in brilliance, but in quiet clarity. It is the light of thought, steady, unfolding, patient. This light belongs to Athena. She is the goddess of wisdom, of strategy, of the weaving together of ideas. Unlike gods who blaze with sudden fire or thunder, Athena's power is calm and measured. Born fully grown from the head of Zeus, she arrived not with cry or tempest, but with silence and understanding. Her helmet gleams softly. Her spear is steady but not raised in fury. Her shield bears the gaze of the Gorgon, a symbol not of terror, but protection. Athena is both warrior and weaver. Not only does she guide in battle, but she teaches crafts, from spinning wool to shaping cities. Her sacred bird, the owl, watches through the night, a sentinel of knowledge and quiet observation. Athena's temples were places of reflection and learning, where philosophy and art took root. She was the patroness of Athens, a city named in her honor, where olive trees flourished, gifts from her hand. Her wisdom is not the loud voice of command, but the gentle nudge of insight. She does not seek glory for herself. Instead, she inspires heroes, Odysseus, Perseus, and Heracles, not with brute force, but with cleverness and restraint. Athena's stories teach patience. They remind us that strength is found in thoughtfulness, in the calm before action, in the weaving of many small threads into a whole. She's a goddess of balance, a guardian of peace, a reminder that true power lies not in domination, but in understanding. Tonight, as you listen, imagine her presence, the soft rustle of her cloak, the steady gaze of her owl, the quiet weaving of wisdom into your dreams. And know that within you is the same light, the same calm strength. There is a world beneath our feet, a place where light fades, and the air holds a gentle hush. It is the realm of Hades, not a god of terror or wrath, but of quiet authority. He rules the underworld, the place where souls rest after life's journey. Unlike his brothers Zeus and Poseidon, Hades does not seek the sky or the sea. His kingdom is stillness, a deep, dark calm. The river Styx flows endlessly here, the boundary between life and what lies beyond. Fairies cross its waters, guided by Charon, the silent ferryman. Here, shadows move slowly, not lost, but transformed. Hades is not death itself, but its keeper. He does not chase souls, nor does he welcome them with celebration. He offers rest, a place to be held. His palace is carved from black stone and adorned with precious gems that glow softly in the darkness. Though he dwells in shadow, he is not cruel. Stories tell of his love for Persephone, queen of the underworld, who brings light and change even to this somber realm. Her arrival marks the turning of the seasons, a reminder that even in darkness, there is renewal. The underworld is a place of order, where souls are judged and their fate is decided with balance and fairness. Not all stories here are grim. Some speak of the Elysian fields, a garden of peace and joy for heroes and the righteous. Others speak of the asphodel meadows, where ordinary souls wander quietly. Hades teaches us about acceptance, about the natural cycles of life, about finding peace in stillness. In this chapter of myth, we find not fear, but understanding. And as you rest, imagine the silent waters, the slow current carrying you gently, the soft glow of a lantern in the dark, and the calm presence of a god who holds the end with quiet grace. Long after the gods have rested, after the heroes have faded into story, there remains a whisper, a thread woven deep into the fabric of time. Greek mythology is not just a collection of tales. It is a living presence, a quiet light that flickers in the human mind. From these ancient myths, we inherit more than names. We inherit dreams, symbols, questions that ripple beneath our thoughts. These stories reach across centuries, not because they are loud or grand, but because they speak softly to our own lives. They are reflections of human nature, of love and loss, of fear and hope, of strength found in vulnerability. In quiet moments, when the world is hushed, we hear them still. The call of Odysseus across the wine-dark sea, the patience of Penelope weaving her story and waiting, the fierce compassion of Achilles who wept for a friend, the silent wisdom of Athena guiding without force. These myths invite us to walk slowly, to listen carefully, to find meaning not only in what happens, but in what does not. They teach us about ourselves, about the threads we weave in our own lives. And as night falls and you prepare to rest, know that these ancient stories are with you, not as ghosts, but as companions, quiet guardians of your dreams. They linger in the shadows, in the soft flicker of candlelight, in the spaces between breath and thought. In this way, myth is eternal, because it lives not only in books or temples, but in the heart. And so, as you drift towards sleep, carry these echoes gently. Let them guide you into calm waters, into fields of peace, into the quiet promise that stories, like dreams, never truly end. And now, dear traveler of thought, our path through myth grows dim with dusk. The laurel leaves no longer rustle. The torches of the temples are quiet embers. The voices of the gods, those once so mighty, have softened to murmurs beneath the hills. Yet still they linger, not in thunder, but in memory. You have wandered through sacred groves and walked the winding roads of Olympus. You have stood beside the fates and watched the river of sleep flow gently through the dreamlands. And you have done so not in haste, but in peace. Let these myths rest with you now, not as noise, but as calm. Perhaps as you drift into sleep, you will hear the soft wings of Hermes passing by, or the voice of Orpheus singing far away, where even the shadows listen. Or maybe just the wind, quiet and endless, brushing through the reeds, where gods once walked like mortals, and mortals whispered to the stars. Sleep well, if you are sleeping. Dream gently, if you're dreaming. The myths are never gone. They wait, like old friends in the hush of the night. And when the time is right, we will return. Good night.